Five. Yes.
Hello, good people. Very good morning to you all. And you are welcome to today's section, day 2 of our training section. Once again, my name is Albert Lawetete, and I'll be your facilitator. Before we touch on today's section, by way of recap, I would want us to quickly go through the various sections we tackled yesterday. So we touched on the introduction, and that was section 1. Section 2 talked about the roles and responsibilities of our key stakeholders. Then section 3, we touched on the overview of the standards-based curriculum. And here we are today, we'll be touching on section 4. And that one has to do with preparing for implementation. Right. So under section 4, we are going to touch on these sessions. The first section, we're going to talk about the needs assessments. The second section, we will look at resource allocation. Then the section 3, we will look at professional development. And then the section 4, we will touch on communication plan. Right. So we are hopeful that by the time that we are done with this very section, that is preparing for implementation, participants will be able to demonstrate understanding and skills in conducting a comprehensive needs assessment. Then again, we are hopeful that participants will be able to discuss the strategies involved in the effective conduction of or allocation of resources. Right. So we have this is too small. Yeah, so let me take it again. We are saying that by the end of this session, participants will be able to demonstrate knowledge and skills in conducting comprehensive needs assessment. Then again, we are also hopeful that by the end of the section, participants will be able to discuss the strategies involved in the effective allocation of resources to optimize teaching and learning outcomes. Again, we are hopeful participants will demonstrate a comprehensive understanding of the importance of ongoing professional development in the education field. Then finally, participants will be able to master clear objective setting, audience identification, and concise key message development in the DTST communication plan, aligning with district priorities and stakeholder needs. Right. So under section 1, which is needs assessment, we are hopeful that participants will be able to demonstrate knowledge and skills in conducting a comprehensive needs assessment in the education sector using the phases and guidelines involved. So, one may ask, what is needs assessment in education? And so here, say that needs assessment is a systematic process of 1, identifying, 2, analyzing, and 3, prioritizing the educational needs. Take it one more time. Needs assessment in education is about, or is a systematic process of 1, identifying, 2, analyzing, and 3, prioritizing the educational needs. So if you listen carefully, you notice that I've mentioned 3 key words. I would want us to take it one after the other. And so 1, when we talk of identifying, what it means is that we want to hold the bull by the horn, issues that are affecting teaching and learning process. And so we constitute a team of various stakeholders. Then we go into researching to find out what actually the issues are. And that is where we have the identification. Then once these issues are identified, or these gaps or needs are identified, we go on further to analyze them. And here, under the analysis, we are going to deep dive or delve into the issues, the root causes, and what have you. Then there, we're going to consider whether there are trends, whether there are issues that keep recurring and all that. Then we also go further to prioritize these needs. And by this, we can use tools like pairwise ranking or grid impact analysis to prioritize the need. Here, what we are saying is that we may have several needs or gaps, but then we may not be able to tackle all at a go. And so we begin to put them or prioritize them. And so we use the pairwise ranking to prioritize our needs, and based on that, we can then plan an action. And so, needs assessment helps us to identify the gaps between the current and desired state. So, why then do we do needs assessment? And that talks about the purpose. So we carried out needs assessments to ensure that teachers and students have the necessary support and resources for effective learning. Needs assessment is the first step in an ongoing process to improve education. And so, in fine, needs assessment promotes continuous improvement. And then we also want to look at the reasons for needs assessment. And so after conducting needs assessment, identifying the gaps, analyzing them, and prioritizing them, then of course we'll begin to know where the issues are and what needs to be done at which time. And so here we're going to look at the reasons for needs assessments. And here we are saying that when needs assessments are being conducted, we ensure efficient resource allocation. Then again, it enables us to make data-driven decisions so that we don't just take any decision, but then it's backed with the data. Then again, we are talking about improving learning outcomes. And like I mentioned, when teachers and learners are provided with their needed resources, definitely it's going to improve learning outcomes. And finally, we are saying needs assessments will promote inclusivity and then ensure accountability. Good. Then now let's consider the various guidelines for conducting needs assessment. With the first one, we are looking at defining the assessment purpose. And this is where we're going to give a clear purpose or objective. What you seek to achieve. Having done the definition of the purpose, we go ahead to form our theme. And here, let me be quick to add that in order to bring about ownership and shared accountability, there will be a need for us to involve all key stakeholders. And I believe when all key stakeholders are brought on board, definitely we're going to have shared accountability. There wouldn't be any instance of trying to shake the post that the heads are not doing well and all that. Then again, we go to collecting data for various sources. Here, we want to consider various sources of information. And so we're going to have that of the checklist, the portfolio, the interviews, and sometimes deep dive findings. And this information or data that we're going to collect, sit down, analyze them, check, deep dive into it, look at the root causes, and try to find a lasting solution collectively to them. And that brings us to the analysis. And here, like I mentioned, during the analysis, we're going to look at which one should come first and which one should be the second and third in that order. And so that brings us to identification of the needs and prioritization. And under the prioritization, like I mentioned earlier, I said we can use the grid impact analysis. We can even use simple scoring and ranking, and even use pairwise ranking to prioritize our needs. After prioritizing our needs, we'll go further to give our recommendations in preference. Then we move on to actions or planning actions. And then from the planning action, we have our work plan, and then we begin to give roles where we have the division of labor. Everyone will have a role to play. Then we move on to implementing the changes. Under the implementation, we also have to consider the fact that we need to track the process so that we see if it's working or it's not working. So that if there will be a need for modernization, adaptation, and what have you. So when all these are done, then of course we are sure that we will achieve the continuous improvements that we are all striving for. Let me also be quick to add that needs assessment in education is an intuitive and a dynamic process. So, going to our key ideas based on all that we have just touched on, let me quickly take you through the areas that we need to take note of. One, importance of needs assessment. Here, we are saying that needs assessment will ensure that teachers and learners have the necessary support in education. Benefit of needs assessment. These also ensure efficient resource allocation, targeted teacher development, data-driven decision making, and improve learning outcomes, inclusivity, and accountability. Now, let's look at the various phases of needs assessment. The first phase is the planning, and that is where you set your clear purpose or objective. Having set your clear objectives, you move on to data collection. And here we are saying that we use various sources of data, questionnaires, checklists, portfolios, interviews, deep dive data or findings, just to mention a few. Then when these sources or data are gathered, we analyze them. And when we analyze them, the essence is to deep dive or go into the root causes to know what is causing those gaps. Then once we identify them, we begin to prioritize them. And that brings us to the prioritization. Then after doing the prioritization, we move on to recommendations. Then after the recommendations, we move on to the implementation, where the action takes place. And so we are also saying here that when we are doing the action, there will be a need for us to evaluate. And that is to say, to track the progress, to see if indeed we are on course or we are not on course. So that if there will be a need for us to do some adaptations, if there will be a need for us to make some reviews, we will do that. And by so doing, there will be continuous improvement. And finally, we touched on the dynamic and inclusive approach. And here we're talking about the fact that the process is very flexible, like I mentioned. It involves stakeholders. You have various stakeholders coming into play so as to promote shared accountability, ownership, and buy-in. Right. Having said all this, by way of recap, I would want us to consider this reflection to see if indeed we are on the same wavelength. And so let me quickly take you through the reflections. And it reads, Madam Miawega is a young, vibrant, newly posted education director in Ojifo district. As a new director, she chose Edeba to introduce herself to the district and invited all identifiable groups in the district. During the Deba, she was presented with a long list of issues, including a high dropout rate among boys, 15% average pass rate in BEC for the past 4 years. So there is some trend here. High learner to furniture and classroom ratio, and a high turnover of teachers in the district, among many others. So confused and overwhelmed, she contemplated seeking reposting from the district. She comes to you for advice as someone very passionate about education. Here, I would want you to, in your own candid opinion, to suggest to us how you would go about the educational issues raised in the district above. And here, I will encourage or admonish that we put our perspective or inputs or respond in the chat box. And so I'll give you some few minutes to do this so that we can discuss. And so let me quickly take you through the reflection one more time. for the benefit of those who might have not heard me. And so it goes like this. Madam Miawege is a young, vibrant, newly posted education director in Ojifo district. As a new director, she chose a endeavor to introduce herself to the district, and so invited all identifiable groups in the district. During the endeavor, she was presented with a long list of issues, including a high dropout rate among boys, 15% average pass rate in BEC for the past 4 years. Let me stress here that for the past 4 years, high learner to furniture and classroom ratio, and a high turnover of teachers in the districts, among many others. So confused and overwhelmed, she contemplated seeking reposting from the district. She comes to you as a DTST member who is passionate about education. In your candid opinion, how would you go about the educational issues raised in the district above? I'm sure by now your perspective or inputs are coming. Once they come, we will discuss them. Right. So let me then move to the next section. So now we are on session 2, and that one has to do with resource allocation. Once again, we are hopeful that by the time we are done with session 2 or resource allocation, participants will be able to discuss the strategies involved in the effective allocation of resources in order to optimize teaching and learning outcomes. So, among the resources, we can talk about textbooks and instructional materials. With the textbooks and instructional materials, we're talking about allocating textbooks and materials based on curriculum needs and teacher-student requirements. I'm taking this point again. We are not just distributing or allocating the materials just to the schools for distributing sake, but then it should be based on curriculum needs and teacher-student requirements. And I believe when this is done, we're going to promote equity. Then the next one has to do with technology integration. Here we are going to provide digital tools like tablets and laptops for effective technology integration in education. Here we are talking about digital literacy as part of our core competencies. And so by so doing, we will be achieving our 21st century skills. Then we have collaboration and networking. Yes, we believe in collaboration and networking. And so we allocate resources for teacher collaboration, offering time and space for teamwork. And that's why we now have what we call professional learning communities, communities of practice, and what have you, all in the name of trying to bring educators together, judge dialogue, and share best practices in order to improve learning outcome. Then finally, we are talking about evaluation and feedback mechanism. Yes, if you look at the nature of education, most of our activities solicit for feedback or brings about dialogue. And so there will be a need for us to, from time to time, come back or go back, review, track whatever we are doing, and see whether we are on course or not. And so the feedback that we get will inform our feed forward. So under evaluation and feedback mechanism, we invest in evaluation tools like observations and surveys to assess and improve teaching strategies. Right. So having said all that, let's quickly look at these reflection. And so I'm taking my time to read it to your hearing. So we respond accordingly. So there is a local joint. There is a local joint popularly referred to as La Parlamento in Agbedefu Township, where locals meet to socialize and talk about social issues during weekends and holidays. During one of these sections, after the DEC results were released, there was lashing of district directorates for lack of resources in schools. Some alleged aid bribes textbooks. Others claimed there was some favoritism in the way resources were handled. A blogger who had just returned from overseas was also engaged in a heated debate about the use of teaching and learning. Tested as a DTST member of the school's district. Some members recognized you and shouted, "Charlie, Charlie, say something like." And so here, in your own perspective, what are the principles, mechanisms, strategies involved in the efficient management of education resources? And here I'm going to pause, and then we respond to the first reflection as well as the second reflection. So I'm giving you some time. So let me quickly add that in responding to the reflections, let me know if it's the first one or it's the second one, so I can react accordingly. Yes, so Maxwell Insia, as a director, you must identify the problem and analyze the needed approaches to cure the problem of high dropouts of boys in schools. That's a good attempt. Yes, I'm still waiting. As a director, yes. Maxwell Kofi entry. I will urge Maxwell Kofi entry. I will urge her to undertake needs assessment to identify and find solutions to the issues raised. That's wonderful. Maxwell, that's wonderful. Great. Yes. Right. Bernard Kweku Achampon. Firstly, I suggest once she's open to the problem, she needs to plan on how to go about the educational issues in the district. And then secondly, collect data on the issues, and she basically should follow the phases of needs assessment. Great. That's a nice feedback. Yes, I'm still waiting for your input. Felix Langma Mate, please, you will please, it's not clear. You, through the challenges facing the district, your response is not clear, so I'm not able to make meaning into it. Sorry about that. Anthony Nanaya Ofori, first of all, I would advise her to stay and do assessments on the problems raised by asking her immediate frontline ADs to submit previous reports. That's fine. Yeah, but you need to start from somewhere. Yes, that's fine. That's fine. Anna Isifwa, I would advise her to interview all the stakeholders concerned in the district first, make her own findings. Abiba Analate, she should go through the list that has been handed over to her, analyze and prioritize issues and deal with it systematically. Good feedback. Yes, so Matthew entry, I would let them be aware the solutions. No, it's not clear. It's not clear. Matthew, please, I'm not getting your inputs clearly. All must come with no, I'm not getting it. All right, so Vincent J. Mensah, the first thing to do is to parade all the challenges and conduct needs assessment. Yes, so I think we are done with the first reflection. And so in fine, if you look at the scenario given and all that we have talked about, indeed, there's the need for needs assessment. Whatever the director mentioned could not be backed with any data. And so there's the need for us to bring all the stakeholders together and then go for proper needs assessment. So that having done that, then of course, we'll begin to track, they mentioned 50% for 4 years. And so we have a recurring trend. And so when that is conducted, we then analyze and see the root cause. And then collectively, we'll see how best we can solve that problem. And so now let me move to the second scenario, which has to do with the resource allocation. So please keep your inputs coming so that we discuss them accordingly. So I'm waiting for your inputs on resource allocation. Right. Opoku Wahim, of course, and also come out with the best solution. I think James is still responding to the earlier reflection. Yes, thank you. But for now, we are on the second reflection. But of course, you can still make your suggestions. All right, Eric Danso, that's for reflection 2. Resources are key to education delivery. So it is important that you consider each and what resource is available or not available. Then collaborate with the various stakeholders in the allocation. After allocation, try collecting data and feedback from the various stakeholders. That's very nice of you, Eric Danso. Thank you so very much. Yes, I'm still waiting for your inputs. Thank you very much, Eric. Yeah, so based on what Amanda Jonathan, she must take her time, conduct needs assessments, and tackle the issues one after the other. Channeling each of the appropriate quarters. I'm sure this is the first scenario. Yes, she mentioned it. Yes. So on the second scenario, which has to do with resource allocation, when we're talking about the various strategies, I remember very well we mentioned the fact that the resources should not be shared or distributed for distributing sake, but then it should be in tandem with the needs of the teacher or the curriculum or the school. What I'm trying to say here is that in order for us to promote equity, we will have to go by the proper or efficient resource management practices, so that we only send the resources to where it's supposed to go and not because we have to send it. Thank you so very much. And so on this note, I want to move to the third session. All right. So we are now on session 3, and that is professional development. Professional development. Yes, yeah. Once again, we are hopeful that after going through the professional development or session 3, learners or participants will be equipped enough to demonstrate a comprehensive understanding of the importance of ongoing professional development in the education field and its impact on improving teaching quality and learner outcomes. And so what is professional development? We say that continuous professional development and growth is an ongoing process for educators to enhance skills and knowledge. Ongoing, so it is a process, Then again, we're talking about the fact that it is a process which enables educators to adapt to evolving learning needs. Education is dynamic. Every now and then, new things are coming up, and so there will be a need for educators to come together, dialogue, share best practices. This is where educators will have to unlearn to learn and relearn. And so that is about adapt to evolving learner needs, pedagogies, and technology. Then also, we want to touch on improve education quality and stay updated, like I mentioned. Every now and then, we have new things coming up. And so for us to compete globally, there will be a need for us to meet as mates through networking, community of practice, PLC sections, and what have you, so as to be on the same wavelength when it comes to educational issues. And so now let's look at the various components of the continuous professional development and growth. So the first one is the needs assessments. And here we need to identify teacher developmental needs. So we conduct needs assessments to identify their needs. And then based on that, we plan for the professional development. And so the second one talks about professional development planning. So the planning should align with the goals. Then after planning, we need to mentor or we need to coach. There will be a need for us to constantly try to help our teachers, especially those with less experience. And then we have resource sharing. So having identified the needs, having conducted the professional development, having conducted the mentoring and coaching, and of course there will be a need for us to share some resources. So materials and best practices will be shared. Then we'll have to take feedback and evaluation so that we'll have a good review. So feedback and evaluation, and this will provide constructive feedback. The feedback will inform the feed forward so that we know what next to do. Right. Let's look at some key ideas under this very session. So we are talking about continuous growth of educators, and this to adapt to evolving educational needs. And this is where I stressed on the fact that yes, as teachers, every now and then new things keep coming, And so there will be a need for us to unlearn, to relearn, and learn. And so we need to adapt to evolving educational needs. Then looking at the components, we talked about the needs assessment itself, we talked about planning it, we talked about mentoring, resource sharing, and then feedback. And here with the feedback, I did mention from the beginning that if you look at the nature of education or teaching and learning, it's all about dialoguing, it's all about interaction, and it's all about feedback and feed forward. And so, under the components, we also need to consider feedback. We need to get input from our key stakeholders so that we'll always be on the same wavelength. Then coming to the implementation itself, we're talking about prioritizing the needs, analyzing the data, observing classroom, creating the resources, mentor, align with curriculum, encourage collaboration, gather feedback, engage with parents and the community. Mind you, here the community is very key because we are talking of key players or key stakeholders. Definitely, we cannot do without the parents, and so the parents are parts of this in order to bring about shared accountability and ownership. Right. So let's also look at the reflection under what we just discussed. Right. So during a sports festival in your district, you chance on a lively conversation among a group of teachers in a debate about the relevance, importance of CPD. A significant number of them held the view that CPD activities are a waste of time and resources after acquiring degrees in the subject at college or university. Others also mentioned that continuous professional development and growth activities are important, but the ones being organized in districts are not targeted and are done either for fun or for money. Let me take this side again. It's of much interest. Others also mentioned that CPD and GENE activities are important, but the ones being organized in districts are not targeted and are done either for fun or for money. You are a member of the DTSTs in your district. You are required here to take 10 minutes of your time to help them appreciate the various aspects of the CPD and GENE, touching on the components and the implementation process. And so here, in brief, I would want to explain the concept of CPD and GENE. We talked about the components, and then finally, we touched on the implementation process. So once again, I'll pause here and patiently wait for your input via the chat box. So I'm waiting for your input. But before that, let me just take you back to, so that in case you've forgotten about the various components, you can quickly peruse and then be a part with us. So let me quickly take you back. Yes. So we have CPD and GENE, continuous growth for educators to adapt to evolving educational needs. Then under the components, we talked about needs assessments, we talked about planning, mentoring, resource sharing, and feedback. Then with the implementation, prioritize needs, analyze data, observe classroom, create resources, mentor, align curriculum, encourage collaboration, gather feedback, engage with parents and the community. Yes, so let me take you back to the reflection. Taking you back to the reflection. Reflection. Third reflection. D and G. We touched on the components and then the implementation process. Having gone through the various thematic areas, I've realized that this one is a bit involving, so I'll give you ample time to respond to it. Yeah, so I'm still on standby waiting for your input for us to discuss. All right, Dixon Ajato. Teachers need to be supported in their continual professional development by providing them with opportunities to deepen their learning and maintain high standards in their profession. Yes, very good one there, Dixon Ajato. But then, Dixon, I would wish that, having said this, you add the components, what goes into the CPD, and then you go further to talk about the implementation process. Thank you very much for what you said earlier. But I'm still waiting for your input with regards to the components and the implementation process. Thank you very much. Priscilla Rama Dakwa. CPD is very important. Thank you for a very good start. Very, very important. Since society is dynamic, yes, I like that one. And the need for progressive learning to meet the needs of the society and the country. And then at each time, and also adapt to changes needed at each era. That's very wonderful. Princeland. Yes, so I would wish that you also add the components and then the implementation process. You touched on the significance of CPD, which is very wonderful. I would also wish that you add the components and the implementation process. Thank you. Enoch Osei Isume. I will first of all discuss with them the core values of CPD and the link that CPD has with current philosophies of professional development. Good. Then again, yes. So Enoch, very good one there. But like I said to Princeland, I would also say to you that kindly add the components and the implementation process. Stephanie, reflection 3. Okay. Recognize the constraints faced by the teacher and adapt the professional development accordingly. Stephanie or Stephanie, your point is not so clear regarding the reflection we are talking about. Recognize the constraints faced by. Okay, Deborah Chan Sakode. I will explain to them why they need to engage in all CPD activities, as we need to be abreast with the trends of education, and so continuing improving ourselves is very key. Thank you, Deborah. Yes, I realize that you are all giving the significance, but you are not adding the components or the various processes that goes into it. I will still be on standby for you to add so that collectively we agree on the section. Thank you. I will explain to them why they need. Juliet Sawa is responding to reflection 3. She says it helps teachers to learn new things, which is very correct. Very correct. And learn the building capacity and skills of the teacher to improve teaching and learning. I'm happy about the word you introduced, and learn. Yes, of course, we all have some background knowledge, but then when it comes to education, from time to time, we need to meet, dialogue, share best practices, and learn, relearn, and learn. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm still waiting for your inputs. Margaret Ohime. Please pardon me if I'm not able to pronounce your names very well. Margaret, CPD helps teachers to operate at the cutting edge of their profession. That's good, because knowledge gained at the colleges alone cannot help us for this lifelong learning. Very good one there, lifelong learning. Yes, thank you very much, Margaret, for your input. Derek Osei Watson. Yes, CPD is important because it helps to share new ideas of teachers, activities learned individually from different sources, so that the group members will benefit from what they have not learned yet to improve. That's very wonderful. And basically, that is the essence of the community of practice, the professional learning communities, and all that we are talking about. Because we believe knowledge is not in one person's head, but then when we meet at key players with one interest, we begin to discuss among ourselves, and that promotes deepen learning. Thank you so much, Derek. I'm still on standby, waiting for your inputs. But then I realized for all the inputs that are coming through, you are not adding the components and the implementation processes. I will please ask that you kindly do that so that we know if you're all on the same wavelength. Thank you. AJ Mensa, I will remind them of the fact that the world is changing, and so it's knowledge and experiences such that to even be at where you are, you need to run. So in fact, please, while you are typing, kindly take your time so that you put your words together to make meaning. Otherwise, I'll be saying something that you may not want me to say. I don't want to preempt, or I don't want to assume that what I'm thinking is what you are putting across. So please take your time. I'm still on standby. Take your time, write or type your inputs so that it will communicate properly to all of us. Thank you very much. Yes, I think I've seen also CPD should take the following components. Okay, so there should be needs assessment, CPD planning, mentoring, coaching, sharing of new ideas, etc. That's okay. AJ Mensa, yeah, thank you. Nicholas Aka, I will tell them CPD is very important and encourage them to accept it, saying CPD has to come and stay. I don't know what you want to say here, but since CPD has to come, stay, yeah. So CPD has come to stay. Oh, okay. Has come. Okay. Yeah. So I'm still stressing that let's take our time when we are typing, because I wouldn't want to put my own words there. So. So CPD has come to stay and support teachers to learn from each other. It's very true, because learning has no end. Day in and day out, new things happen in this world, and no one has all the knowledge. In this world, CPD assists professionals from each other, and that is coming through from Nicholas Aka. Thank you. Kwesi JB. He's of the view that CPD is there to improve the quality and make them stay updated. Therefore, needs assessment is done, help in planning and mentoring and coaching. I will help prioritize their needs and create resources. Thank you, Kwesi JB. Yes, I'm getting okay. Mark Bever. Yes, so Mark Bever is of the view that teachers need to be lifelong learners, which is very, very, very true. Meet to and share best practices and collectively reflect on the teaching and learning processes to improve upon it. We all need to learn new things and learn misconceptions, relearn what we have forgotten. It helps to foster collaboration between teachers to implement the curriculum collectively and effectively. Thank you, Mark. I'm happy you introduced lifelong learning and relearn. That's very, very true. Matthew Entry. And it reads, I would explain to them that continuous professional development and growth refers to the ongoing process of acquiring new knowledge, skills, and competencies that are relevant to an individual individual's profession or occupation. It involves the deliberate pursuit of learning opportunities to enhance one's professional expertise and stay up to date with advancements in their field. And that is a very wonderful piece there coming through from Matthew Entry. Thank you. Yes, so please keep coming. Let your input keep coming. I'm waiting for maybe some few other inputs, and then we'll move on to the next section. Friends, Chachu Ewuku. CPD is good for all teachers. Learning does not end in life. Hence, the need to be abreast with new trends of education and the best practices. I think I would want to now move on to the next section. However, you are at liberty to still share your input via the chat box. I will definitely come back and then we'll discuss them. Thank you very much. Like I said, I'm still on standby, waiting for your inputs. And then we move on to the last session. So maybe 2-3 more inputs. Then we move on to the next section. Please take your time when typing, so that I read exactly what you want to share with us. Thank you very much. Yes, so I can see Matthew, Maxwell, Mahama. Wow. I can see Mahama Isahaku. Yes, he's of the view that CPD increases teacher motivation. Yes, confidence and commitment to teaching, learning new skills, and applying them in the classroom can lead to a more effective teaching environment. That is true. Mahama, thank you so much. Yes, so please kindly add the components and the processes, the implementation processes. So please keep sending your inputs so we review it together. Yes, Dixon Ajato, yes, you are back. Yes, thank you so much for adding the other details. Yes, to make effective continuous professional development programs interesting, Dixon will group the components in this way. 1, make it specific. 2, keep them invested and engaged. 3, create personalized programs for them. If possible. 4, encourage them to put the teaching into practice. And then 5, give them actionable feedback. Thank you so much, Dexter. I like the way you have customized your approach, and that is fine. The bottom line or the main thing that we're looking here is for you to own it, because you are going to respond to, or you want to meet the people and then discuss with them. And so by owning it means that you really know what you are talking about. So thank you so much, Dixon. I'll wait for 2 more other inputs, and then I think we can move on to the session 4. Yes, so agree. Lucinda, agree. Yes. So it reads, change is inevitable, and as such, change is bound to take place in the educational enterprise. Hence, the need for CPD. I'm so happy that most of the inputs that are coming through, you are all stressing on the need for CPD to come to stay, or CPD has come to stay. You are all throwing more light on the need for us to embrace the CPD, and that is basically all that we are all yearning for. So I'm so very happy seeing those comments coming from you. CPD is meant to ensure that teachers embrace these changes with the requisite skills. CPD engine has components that help in addressing challenges of teachers. In the challenges teachers may face in current change in educational trends. The components are needs assessment, plan activities to help teachers adapt to new trends, mentoring and resource sharing, and constant feedback. Yes, you are there. Thank you so much. I agree. Yes, I've seen the components. You touched on the needs assessment. You talked about the planning, which is very, very key. Let me now go to Finn, Michael Finn, and I think this will be the last respond for this very session, and then we'll move on to the next session. And so Michael Finn is of the view that I would tell them that CPD is a holistic approach towards the enhancement of professional skills. Holistic, yes. And so, colleagues, I would want to move on to the next session. And thank you so very much for all that you have touched on. You've proven to me that you are actually following closely. Thank you for making this section very interactive and participatory. Let's then move to session 4. Session 4. Session 4. Right. So here we are. Session 4. Communication plan. We are once again hopeful that after going through this session 4, you will be equipped to master clear objective setting, audience identification, and a concise key message development in the Dtst communication plan. Then aligning with the district priorities and stakeholder needs. Right. So let's take note of these thematic areas. And so under this very section, talking about communication plan, we need to have or establish communication objectives. That is to say, we will have to define a clear communication goals and target audiences. We need to have a clear communication goals and target audiences. Whatever communication we are bringing across, we should know where exactly we intend sending it, and that is very, very important. Then we touched on communication channels, the medium, how information flow. We will have to critically look at utilizing all various channels for effective communication and support. Here, we want to stress on the fact that information flow shouldn't be from top to down alone. It should be vice versa. It should also be from the down to top to down, and there should be that fluid, of information flow. So that is what the channel is talking about. Then coming to communication strategies, we need to give fair hearing to everyone, and so by so doing, we want to prioritize active learning. When somebody is saying something, you need to pay attention. You need to be involved. Let's take others seriously. There should be transparency. Whatever we do, let them know what is happening. then we need to collaborate. Let's build that synergy, and by so doing, we'll make the communication plan flow as expected. Then we're looking at crisis communication. Crisis communication, as the word goes, crisis. So when we have crisis, we need to prepare for crisis with clear messages. When we have crisis, that's where we may have emergency or education in emergency. And so we need to have clear messaging and support teachers. So that falls under crisis communication. If there are issues, let's have clear communication. Whatever we put across, let it be concise. Let it communicate to one another. And then the final one, we are looking at evaluation and continuous improvement. The key word here is continuous improvement. Whatever that we do from time to time, we need to review, we need to track, we need to see if we are on course, if there's a need for us to adapt. And so there should be some flexibility. So where we feel that whatever we are doing is not feasible, and that there will be a need for us to have a new way of doing it, fine, and that is fine. And so evaluation and continuous improvement. To gather feedback, we need feedback, so that the feedback will generate into feed forward, and that will be for improvement. And so gather feedbacks and adapt communication to evolving needs. And so like I mentioned, it's likely that whatever we intend to do may not work, may not be feasible, looking at the time. And so there should be that flexibility so that we can always meet the evolving needs. Let me go to the next section. Yes. So under the section 4 communication plan, we're also going to, as usual, look at a reflection. Let me say here is that the essence of the reflection is to connect the knowledge into real life situations, so that there will be sort of some application. Yeah, so please bear with me if I'm bringing a lot of reflections. I just want to keep you interactive so that we all go in the same way. And so let me take you through once again. You are a member of the district teacher support team in charge of communication. Your district faces a sudden crisis. Let me give you an example. Remember 2020 when we had the COVID? It came from nowhere. Yeah, so a significant change in the district's policies that directly impacts teachers and students. The community is in an uproar, and rumors are spreading rapidly. The district's reputation is at stake, and the trust of teachers and parents is hanging in the balance. I'm taking it one more time. You are a member of the DTST, for that matter, District Teacher Support Team, in charge of communication. Your district faces a sudden crisis, a significant change in district policies that directly impacts teachers and students. The community is in an uproar, and rumors are spreading rapidly. The district's reputation is at stake, and the trust of teachers and parents is hanging in balance. And so, as a DTST member who is passionate about education, I would want you to state briefly and discuss clear objectives and strategic channels that connect educators, fosters transparency, and symbolizes commitment to progress in the district's educational journey. I'm taking your task again. You are expected to state and discuss clear objectives and strategic channels that connects educators, fosters transparency, and symbolizes commitment to progress in the district education journey. And so, once again, I would advise or admonish that we put our comments in the chat box, so we can all review and share our thoughts. Thank you so very much. So I will be on standby. So keep sending your comments for us to discuss. Thank you. Yes, so whilst I wait for you, you can follow the sessions using the YouTube link below. And because it's recorded, you can watch even yesterday's presentation. You can still watch it and then you make your inputs. Thank you so much. For those of us who have just joined, as you can see on the screen, we follow the session using the YouTube link. You can see that of yesterday and even today. So yes, all right. So Eche the Glo, professional growth. Eche, I'm sure you are responding to the section 3. Yes, I'm very much sure we are responding to the section 3. Reflection 3. Professional growth. Right. So let me once again take you through the reflection question so that we respond accordingly. So let me take it one more time. I've seen some bringing this, but then let me quickly go over it. Okay. All right. So you are a member of the district teacher support team in charge of communication. Your district faces a sudden crisis and a significant change in district policies that directly impacts teachers and students. The community is in an uproar, and rumors are spreading rapidly. The district's reputation is at stake, and the trust of teachers and parents is hanging in the balance. You, as a DTST member, you are expected to state and then discuss clear objectives and strategic channels that connects educators, fosters transparency, and symbolizes commitment to progress in the district educational journey. And so, for those of us who couldn't get it clear, this is for you. Okay, so I'm on standby, waiting for your input, so we discuss. Thank you very much. And let me also hit here that for those who are supposed to join but have still not joined, please kindly prompt them. Kindly prompt them so that they can join, because we are checking the register, and so please prompt them to do so. If they still want to follow or join, they can use the link below, the YouTube link. They can watch that of yesterday and even what we are doing currently. Thank you very much. Yes, so I can see Prince La. Yes, so Prince La is of the view that she will first have to effectively utilize the channels for communication. That's who to talk to. Yes. Then develop a good strategy through fair hearing. Yes. To both parties. I like the fair hearing. And prepare for any crisis and how to support it. Then finally, gathering feedback to see if the problem has been solved. Thank you so much, Prince Rama Dakwa. I can see you are very active on the space. Yes, this is our fourth time I'm seeing your name. Thank you so much. Keep your comments coming via the chat box. Right, Eric Danso. It is important to note that in the era of social media, information spread quickly. So as a DTST, I will establish clear communication strategies to specific stakeholders like teachers, parents, and students to address the misinformation about the crisis. After, I will solicit for feedback and further give clearer information to improve the situation. Thank you so much, Eric Danso. Yes. Right. So yes. So I'm still waiting for your feedbacks. Yeah. Vivian Joe, content developer. Abigail Ose, Abigail Ose in cancer. Since communication is not only bottom-up approach, I will use all channels to explain issues for all stakeholders to understand the situation, making sure things are very transparent. Communication crisis comes when some section of the people think things are not transparent enough. So by making things transparent, by communicating promptly and in all honesty, you will be tackling the reflection or responding to the reflection scenario. Thank you. That's Abigail said. Okay, that's fine. Yes, I'm still on standby, waiting for your inputs. Anthony Atta, he's of the view that he will clearly explain the new policies to the stakeholders in the community. Then call all community assembly meeting to explain the importance, benefits of the policies to them. Yes, I'm still waiting. Benjamin Amwate, he's of the view that communication is key and vital in educational setting. Hence, we'll have to ascertain clear goals and the audience to which it's gone. Clear goals and audience. New one has come. Okay. Communication is key and vital in educational setting. Hence, we'll have to ascertain clear goals and the audience to which one want to communicate to. So I will utilize available channels for effective communication to the community, where active listening and transparency will be present. However, would be ready for any communication crisis, thereby gathering feedback for continuous improvement. All right. So Benjamin Amante, in responding to section 4, the reflection, he is of the view that communication is key and vital in educational setting. Hence, we'll have to ascertain clear goals and the audience to which one want to communicate to. So I will utilize available channel for effective communication to the community, where active listening and transparency will be present. However, I would be ready for any communication crisis, thereby gathering feedback for continuous improvement. Let me once again state here that please, in typing your response, kindly take your time so that I communicate exactly what you send. I don't want to put my words in there. So please take your time. I'll be on standby to take your input. Thank you very much. I can now see Charles answer. I will first investigate the cause of the crisis and use the communication channels to communicate it to both teachers, parents, and gather feedback to assess it all. And so, because of want of time, I would want us to end our discussions on session 4. Well, all too soon, our time is up. I must say the session has been very interactive. I want to thank you so much for your unflinching support and making the engagement participatory. Thank you and have a good day. Bye. Yes, Monica Wasenchi. Yes, let me quickly react to that. I will inform the director so that we set a team to do background investigation to know more about the issues. Thank you so much, Monica. Yes. Then Linda Agri. No, James Jesus. Emmanuel Jesus. I will first establish objectives of or goals of communication, strategies of communication, channels of communication, plan for crisis, and then gather feedback. Thank you, Jesus Topo, for sending your response through. All right. So this brings us to the end of our session for today, and I'll pave way for the next presenter. Once again, thank you for your attention. Bye-bye.
section. In the fourth session, you were taken through needs assessment and how to successfully and effectively conduct it. Now, in the fifth session, having identified the needs of the teachers in your district and in making a conscious effort in addressing those needs, there is the need that will take you through various strategies that you can employ in supporting your learning space facilitators in your district. Now, we have been sitting for some time. You saw a teaser before the start of this section. And I must say it's very commendable the way you are proactive and okay. So this is what we had as a teaser. Mr. Carpenter, Baker, and Mason live in Baker, Carpenter, and Mason streets, where they practice the trades of Mason, Baker, and Carpenter. Kindly note that this is not in any respective order. None of these men follow the trade nor live in the streets his name suggests. Imagine how the postman mixes up the meal. So we've been given a clue here. Several times each week, Mr. Carpenter readdresses letters to his friend, the baker. So now the question and the dilemma is, who is who and who lives where? Some of you have already responded to this, so we quickly go through one or two, then we move on to the next section. Okay. So Mr. Emmanuel, he is suggesting that Mr. Carpenter is a mason by profession and he lives on the Mason Street. Okay. He's also saying that the baker lives on Carpenter Street and the mason's friend, Mr. Carpenter, lives on Mason Street. Therefore, the identities and locations are Mr. Carpenter is the mason and lives on Mason Street. The baker lives on Carpenter Street. The carpenter lives on Baker Street. Let's see what another person has to say. Then we'll share our thoughts with you. Okay. Alice Ezwa, if I got the name right, she says Mr. Carpenter is a mason who lives on Baker Street. Okay. And Mr. Baker is a baker. Oh, I think we can't really agree with this because you remember that the underlining idea here was that none of them lives in the street that bears their name nor have the occupation that bears their name. So Mr. Baker cannot live on Baker Street. But I think with the third part, she says Mr. Mason is a carpenter. Okay, so if Mr. Mason is a carpenter, then it means Mr. Mason will live on Baker Street. These are very good attempts. You can decide to share it with other colleagues, ponder over it, and you can even use it as an icebreaker during your lesson deliveries. Thank you very much. I believe by now you have stretched out a bit and you have sipped some water. So we begin with section 5. Okay. So earlier mentioned, this section is going to look at various support services or strategies we can provide to our learning space facilitators. And these support services are needed for the acquisition of appropriate skills for effective teaching and learning. Now, why the need to provide support services to our learning space facilitators? It is necessary to provide these services because it equips teachers with the best teaching and learning strategies and approaches to help them to effectively deliver lessons that help learners achieve their learning potentials. So for this particular section, we will be considering the following sessions. Remember in our section 3, we took you through the standard-based curriculum, delving into each key component. Having done that, it is important that you as a trainer or member of the Dtst, it is important that you provide curriculum and material orientation workshops to the teachers in your district. And to help you do that, we would want to take you through some strategies that will make such workshops effective. And in the second session, we would be discussing lesson planning and design. For session 3, then again, if you remember from section 3, we looked at some creative pedagogies that we can employ during lesson delivery. And one of that was differentiation. So in that particular session, we'll be looking at how we can effectively differentiate during lesson deliveries, so that our teachers can model that as well by adapting or adopting strategies that we would propose. Then in the fourth and final session, we will consider some assessment strategies. We are hoping that by the end of the entire session, you as a participant would understand the importance of curriculum and material development orientation support to teachers, as well as plan and conduct such workshops for teachers. Then again, we are hopeful that after this section, you will be able to help teachers with skills needed in planning and designing instructional lessons that align with curriculum standards. Our third outcome is for you to be able to state the purpose of differentiation and adaptation and its importance in our learning spaces or classrooms. Then we are sure that after successfully going through this section, you will be able to explain assessment, select and employ appropriate and various forms of assessment strategies that will cater for the diverse learning needs of learners. So having seen what our learning outcomes are, we will begin with the first session. One question you can ask yourself is, what is this all about? What do we mean by, or what do we refer to as a curriculum or material orientation workshop? It is important to note that it is a session where the fundamental beliefs, values, and principles that shape the content, methods, and assessment practices within the standard-based curriculum. It is at these workshops that we get to discuss these. So what comes into mind when planning a curriculum orientation? One, you need to set SMART objectives. I believe we are all familiar with the acronym SMART. So I wouldn't want to waste our time on that. Secondly, you would need to have an elaborated curriculum content and material preparation plan. That is why during the training yesterday, we took you through understanding the standard-based curriculum. Having done that, it is important to engage participants actively during such orientations or workshops. And you can do this by employing various strategies such as group discussions, peer teachings, etc. Now, for every orientation or workshop, it is important that you evaluate and provide supportive follow-ups to gather feed forwards for improvement. So this goes to imply that such workshops are not supposed to happen once in a blue moon. Remember, without constant reviews, there is a likelihood of a possible decay in information, knowledge, and skills. So after every successful orientation or workshop, you conduct an evaluation so that whatever feedback you get from that evaluation is used to prepare and improve the subsequent orientations or workshops. So having discussed this, let's consider the following scenario. Some basic school teachers in your district have refused to attend workshops organized by the district because they do not see the need for it. Now you, as a trainer and a member of the district teacher support team, what is your take on this assertion? I'm looking forward to your responses. Let's know what your take is. Do you side with this teacher, or you hold a different opinion? Can I have an alert with me? I'm still waiting. At least let me have one person so that we don't have to go back and forth. Okay, so we take a response from Bernard. Bernard is saying that I want to believe Bernard does not agree to this assertion. So he's saying that the workshops might not be organized based on the teacher's needs. Oh, okay. So if I don't, can you be a little more clearer? So do you agree to the teacher's assertion or not? That is what we need to know. And if you agree to it, let us know why you agree to it. And if you don't, let us understand that as well. Thank you. Okay, so Benjamin says, I absolutely don't side with these teachers because they do not attend workshops. They will decay. Okay, so if they do not attend workshops, they will decay in information, knowledge, and skills. Very well said, Mr. Benjamin. Thank you. So I'll take this last reaction, then we move on. I will educate them to know the necessity of developing their knowledge on the curriculum. And that is a great one. Thank you all for your reactions. Unfortunately, I'll not be able to read every single response, but trust me, we are taking note of them and we appreciate your proactiveness. All right, so let's move on to the next session. All right. So in this particular session, we would want to discuss with you lesson planning and design. I believe if I should ask you to outline the processes you go through in planning and designing your lesson, you will come up with a lot of ideas. Some of them would be similar and others might differ. But that does not go to suggest that it is wrong. So we have several strategies or processes that we go through in planning and designing our lesson. But for the purpose of this particular training and presentation, we would want to focus on the following. All right, so we want to focus on the following process of planning and designing a lesson. So we'll focus on designing, which we would refer to as the planning stage. And after that, the creation of the lesson. We would also look at engaging our participants during the lesson. And definitely, it is key to monitor your lesson delivery process. And having done that, you would receive feedback which would inform your feed forward. And I bet you can agree with me that this is a continuous and cyclical process. So the learning outcome for this particular session is for you to be able to demonstrate an understanding of lesson planning. Now this is key because you are going to be training your teachers or providing them support on how to plan and design lessons. So as a trainer, it is key that you are able to demonstrate to them how to go about lesson planning. In order to do that, it is also important that as a trainer, you prepare lesson plans for the different disciplines or subject areas. And in doing that, it is key that you integrate active learning strategies in the lessons so that you would avoid monopoly in the lesson delivery. It is important to note that lesson planning is a process that involves 3 stages. We have the pre-planning stage. That's before writing the plan. Now, at this stage, we encourage that you think about what to include in the lesson, select the appropriate resources whilst considering the learning outcome as well as the learner's needs. All this is expected to be done before the lesson planning. In the next stage, where you are expected to write the plan, you follow a given template. And I believe we are all familiar with the template for lesson preparation using the standard-based curriculum. Then in the post-planning stage, this concerns how you revise your plan and remember the main points of your plan. Endeavor to incorporate various activities to keep learners engaged and cater for different learning styles. So you have to make sure it is a learner-centered delivery. All right, let's consider this scenario again. Now, as much as possible, we bring in these scenarios so that you can relate with what you'll be facing out there in the course of discharging your duties. So a head teacher if I'm getting the name right, is Nkatiye or is it Nkitwa? If I get the name wrong, don't worry, it's a noun, so I'm free to flow. Okay, so a head teacher at a particular DA basic school observes teachers in the school and realizes that their lesson deliveries do not align with some of the indicators in the standard-based curriculum. Thus, the need for some form of orientation. Now you, as a member of the DTST, have been invited to provide some orientation to these teachers. Definitely, I cannot see you, so you cannot prepare a lesson for me to see. But can you outline in the chat box the steps you will take in planning a lesson for demonstration to these teachers? So I'll repeat the task again. You as a member of the DTST have been invited to provide some orientation for the teachers. Kindly outline in the comment section All right, so I take your task again. You have been invited to provide some orientation for some teachers on lesson planning. So as a member of the DTST, just to ask in the chat box the steps you will take in planning a lesson for demonstration at this orientation session. Okay, so we have an early bird over there. Okay, so Mark has responded. And Mark says 1, it means he's going to follow some steps. So 1, it says he will select an indicator from the curriculum. That is very important because definitely you need to follow a particular outcome. Eric also says, first of all, I'm sorry, I'm not really clear with your procedure, Mr. Eric. Could you be a little more precise? So I'm sorry I couldn't take yours, Mr. Eric. Okay. I believe you are reflecting on it. And if given the time, you'll be able to state the steps as required. But permit us to proceed to the next session. And in this session, we would want to discuss differentiation and adaptation as a teaching and learning strategy. Now, I want you to respond to this. What do you think is differentiation and adaptation in your own words? So in your own words, suggest to us what differentiation and adaptation is. Anybody? In your own words, what is differentiation and adaptation? Please, I'm waiting to have your responses on what you think differentiation and adaptation is. We would address your suggestions on how to plan a lesson later. For the purpose of this particular session, let's consider in your own words what you think differentiation and adaptation is. Okay, thank you very much, Paul. Paul says differentiation is realizing the different abilities of learners and accommodating them, tailoring instructions to suit them. Thank you very much, Paul, for that input. It is appreciated. And Emmanuel Kofi also says differentiation refers to planning different activities for different groups or individual students, depending on their attainment levels. That's great. It also refers to the action you take Okay, sorry, that one had to go off. So I consider that of Kojo Eshen. And he says differentiation refers to the process of tailoring instruction, assignment, and assessments to accommodate the varied learning needs, preferences, and readiness levels of students in the same classroom. And I believe this session is going to be a perfect one because you are all giving us definite and correct responses. So Priscilla also says it involves using different or varied strategies to involve all learners in the teaching and learning process. Okay, thank you all. So let's share with you what you also have. And it doesn't differ from all that you have shared with us already. So like you rightly suggested, differentiation and adaptation are instructional strategies employed by teachers in lesson delivery that aim at creating an inclusive and supportive learning environment that cater for diverse needs of learners. If this is differentiation, then what it means is that as a teacher, if you would want to effectively employ differentiation as a strategy, then you need to create a Dtst responsiveness environment. Now, Dtst there refers to the acronym Gender Equality and Social Inclusion. You can read more about this. And it provides a lot of strategies on how you can ensure this as a facilitator. Again, it is important that we consider our learners who have special educational needs. By this, I'm referring to the hearing impaired learners, the visually impaired, and those with the emotional disorders. So you need to ensure that if you are effectively differentiating, you would have to put all these learners' needs before you plan your instructions, ensuring that the activities you employ addresses these needs. What differentiation and adaptation is. I would want you to perform the following task. What is your perspective on the need for differentiation and adaptation in teaching. Of course, we do not want to shove everything down your throat. We would want to understand what your opinion and perspectives about these strategies are. Then after that, outline at least one way teachers can effectively integrate differentiation and adaptation in their lesson delivery. So at least one way. If you be generous enough, you can give us two. At least we look forward to having one way you think teachers can effectively integrate differentiation and adaptation in their lesson delivery. So whilst I wait patiently for your responses, I would want to remind you that the learners have diverse learning needs, and they exhibit gaps in learning as well. So, in effect, they respond differently to your instruction. So as a trainer, it is required of you to be knowledgeable of the best strategies you can employ in helping every learner achieve their individual learning needs and goals. Being capable of helping the teachers in your district to replicate such strategies in their lesson delivery. In order to do that, I will propose the following strategies. That you identify learners' learning needs, group them based on their ability level, and assign tasks accordingly. Remember in the previous section, you were taking through how to conduct needs assessment. And we told you that one of the importance is that it informs data-driven decision making. So before adapting any strategy, it is important that you conduct a needs assessment of your learners' learning needs and learning gaps. Now, having done that, you need to plan instructional activities that align to those needs. And those activities must be learner-centered. Include manipulatives and resources that will allow learners to engage and also sustain their interest. You can use varied instructional strategies, such as brainwriting, small group discussions, peer discussions, role play, the use of ICT tools, just name them. Then of course, some of these needs learners exhibit cannot be addressed during the duration of your instruction. So it is important that you identify such learners and provide remedial sessions for them to help them attain proficiency levels. I'm still waiting patiently for a response to these tasks. Now, to ensure that you are employing Dtst responsiveness in your classroom, you need to have a clear understanding of the context and needs of the learners, as well as the barriers and opportunities for their participation and achievement. Okay, so Emmanuel has responded to this task. For the sake of those of you that are just joining us, the task was to outline at least one way you think teachers can effectively integrate differentiation and adaptation in their lesson delivery. So Emmanuel says that one strategy is to stream through. Okay, so he's saying that one is for the teacher to recognize the fact that no two individuals are the same. Any adaptive practice, such as differentiated learning, offers the avenue to attend to the physical, emotional, and intellectual differences that these learners exhibit. And he says that is his perspective. And Emmanuel, your perspective is a marvelous one. So from Priscilla, she is also suggesting that we group them in mixed abilities and allow them to role play. That is also a nice one, Priscilla. Thank you for your input. Madame Vivian says teachers can set different tasks for learners due to their abilities. That's great. Some learners can sketch, others too can trace to achieve the same results. So this goes to tell us that from these responses, it goes to tell us that you are actually differentiating. And if you remember from the insight I shared with you yesterday, I believe you form part of that 2.5% of innovators in your district. And this is evident in your remarks. So thank you very much to all of you. So I'll take this last one, then we proceed. From Matthew, and he says, it will be helpful. Oh, okay, so this is not a response to my task. Don't worry, Mr. Maxwell. At the appropriate time, you'll receive every resource you will need in order to effectively execute your duties as members of DTST. Okay, so Pedro Eshen says the strategy he would employ is flexible grouping. And he explains this to be rotating students through different groups, configurations, different group configurations based on their strengths and needs. I think this is a nice one, and I would also be adopting that as well. Okay, so we'll move on to the next. So I want to believe that having discussed these so far on the need for differentiation and adaptation, you now have an understanding of the purpose of differentiation and adaptation in lessons. I also believe that you now appreciate the need to create an inclusive and learner-centered learning space that fosters holistic development of learners. Now, here are some suggestions to some key strategies you can employ in differentiation and adaptation. One is to offer professional development on differentiation and adaptation strategies for teachers. Having done that, you can encourage the teachers in your district to collaborate with their colleagues on how to use differentiation and adaptation strategies through professional learning communities. And then again, they can provide feed-forwards to each other after having employed differentiation and adaptation strategies in their lessons through peer reviews. Let's reflect on the following. This is a scenario from a large class size. So in this particular class, they have 45 learners. And of course, any class with this number of learners would have learners with diverse learning needs. However, the feature of this particular class focuses mainly on those who are able to reach the highest proficiency level, unfortunately, at the expense of the learners who are unable to catch up. Kindly suggest and share with us the best support services you can use to help cater for the diverse needs of learners when teaching. I'm sure that particular teacher will be grateful to have those suggestions from you. Whilst I wait patiently for you to share your responses on these scenarios, permit me to remind you on how you can provide support for learners with special educational needs. Okay, so we have an early bird, and this is coming from Kobina Ohene Sarkodie. He is suggesting scaffolding. And he explains scaffolding to be a breakdown of complex concepts into manageable steps. He's saying that we should provide support to such as graphic organizers, guided notes, or instructional aids. Then he's proposing that after having provided these, you can gradually remove such support as students gain proficiency. He has also mentioned technology integration, and this is very key because we are in a technological era. And he says it is to incorporate adaptive learning platforms and educational apps, and again, to use multimedia resources to appeal to diverse learning styles. And the third one is to provide online resources for further exploration and practice. Thank you very much, Mr. Kovner, for that input. Okay, so Elizabeth has kept it short and precise, and her strategy is to employ a mixed ability grouping. Your input is very much appreciated. She's added another one, which is think, pair, and share. I want to believe we are all familiar with these strategies and we can effectively use them. If you are hearing a strategy for the first time, You can just ask a colleague. Somebody might be familiar on how to go about it so that you employ it in your delivery as well. I have Mark with me again, and Mark says he would use mixed ability grouping. I think this is a strategy most of you believe in because I can see it come up a lot. And he says he believes that in using mixed ability grouping, it will encourage peer discussion for the proficient ones to assist the emerging ones. And that is very true. Thank you. Madame Rose. She says, 1, you need to identify the struggling students. 2, assign different tasks. And 3, offer remediation activities. This means that our section on preparing for implementation was so successful because you have started doing your job perfectly. Now, Isaac says that we should put the learners into groups considering their learning abilities. After doing that, we should assign different roles to each group and allocate the needed resources. Very important. And we should also provide support to each group accordingly. Really do appreciate your proactiveness. So I take this last one from Madame Alice, and she says, group them in their learning needs and assign them a leader from the proficient learners and see to the needs of those who are seriously lacking. That's a nice one. So we move on. But I'm hoping that as teachers, we don't make our students feel deficient in any way. Because in as much as we know that they have learning needs and learning gaps, we should not discriminate against them. Don't let your students think they lack and be cautious of the kind of words or terms you use to refer to them. All right, so we move on. So we move on to our 4th session. And in here, we would want to discuss assessment strategies. So the big question is, what are assessment strategies? And why is there a need to even assess at all? Now, assessment strategies are essential tools used to evaluate learners' progress, understanding, and mastery of learning outcomes. Having said this, we would want to consider All right, so we want to apologize for that brief break. So why assess? It is important to assess so that we measure our learners' learning. And again, as you assess, it helps you to evaluate the effectiveness of your teaching as a facilitator. Assessment also informs instructional planning, and it also demonstrates ability on both the side of the teacher and the learner. So in assessing, the outcome of assessment becomes evidence that you taught. And on the part of the students too, the behavior, skills, and attitudes they exhibit to you also becomes evident that the learning outcome was achieved. Now for this particular session, we are hopeful that you'll be able to demonstrate an understanding of the importance of using different assessment strategies in teaching. Remember, in the third section, when we delved into the standard-based curriculum, we looked at assessment as outlined in the curriculum. And in that, we discussed what assessment for, assessment as, and assessment of learning is. And we also suggested that assessment for and assessment as forms part of formative assessment and should be conducted before and during instruction. On the other hand, we discussed assessment of learning as being a summative assessment. So, formative assessment, which forms part of the instructional process, helps teachers to modify their teaching methods and plan future lessons based on learners' needs to improve learning. While summative assessment, on the other hand, determines what learners know at the end of a particular period, be it mid-term, end of term, end of semester, or even end of academic year. So it is important that we employ varied assessment strategies in our lesson deliveries. So we refer to this as differentiated assessment. So differentiated assessment in this context refers to an ongoing process that teachers use to gather data before, during, and after instruction from multiple sources. We assess instruction during every instruction, after, or even at the end of the term. So in your next task, what I want you to do for me is to outline and briefly describe. So just brief, when you mention a particular assessment strategy, briefly describe what it is or how it is conducted. So outline 4 formative assessment strategies and 4 summative assessment strategies with a brief description. And I would encourage that you try to read through the comments of others on this training You might just be learning something new from those comments. So whilst I wait patiently for your comments, let me suggest to you ways you can effectively utilize assessment strategies. You should endeavor at all times to employ the 3 categories of assessment outlined in the standard-based curriculum. You should also share the performance indicators or the learning outcomes with your learners before the start of instruction. This will help learners to effectively engage in the teaching and learning process, as well as conduct the assessment as learning, which is supposed to be done by the learner. Endeavor at all times to conduct an assessment of learning at the end of each instruction. Ensure to evaluate Peace Adoma is suggesting some formative assessment strategies for us. I want to believe Peace is still trying to get it typed. Good. So we look at Bright's suggestion. So Bright, please, are these formative assessment strategies or summative assessment strategies? Kindly indicate to avoid any misunderstanding. Okay, so Mark has suggested some formative assessment strategies. 1, oral questioning. And he says in order to do this, ask learners oral questions and take feedback. That's good. Then 2, he says writing a summary. Ask learners to write a brief summary of the salient points. Thank you very much for your input, Mr. Mark. Okay, so we would have that of Mr. Jacob. And he says the 4 main types of formative assessment strategies are quizzes, exit slips, KWL charts, and SOS. Okay, so thank you, Jacob. But I wish next time, for the purpose of those who might be learning new things for the first time, you be more precise instead of using the acronyms. Okay, so SECO is also proposing group work, class test, and class exercises. So kindly let us know if there are formative or summative strategies. Okay, Madam Agnes Sapon is also proposing class exercise, group work, class test, as formative assessment. Thank you for your input, Madam Agnes. Mr. Kobina Ohene Sarkodie. So he has proposed some formative assessment as being quick checks, corporate briefs, frequent assessment during the lesson to gauge understanding. Okay, so this is an explanation to quick checks. They said there are corporate briefs, frequent assessment during the lesson to gauge understanding. Thank you very much for that input, Mr. Kobner. So I'll take this last one from Vida Tete. And Vida says formative assessment strategies include class exercises, quiz, class tests, and project works. We have taken notes of all your comments, and we really do appreciate your interactiveness and your proactiveness. So, as a closing remark for this particular section, we would want to admonish that make assessment part of your instructional process. And it is important that you provide feedback as often as possible to your learners. Please ensure for letting them do it on their own without any assistance from you. So on that note, we come to the section, and in the sixth section, you will be taken through monitoring and evaluation strategies. See you again in the subsequent sections. Thank you.
Hello, senior members and colleagues of the teaching fraternity. It is refreshing time we need to discuss issues that promote education. Indeed, education is said to be the bedrock of development, and so our continual engagement in such is always worthwhile. Day one, we had the privilege to discuss issues central to promoting education, specifically through the conduit of the district teacher support team. Today, we have been privileged to look at need assessment, which forms part of preparing for implementation. And in that, we will walk through how we don't do guesswork in identifying how to improve education, but it should be thorough, systematic, and should be well thought through. After that session, we are also privileged to look at supporting teaching learning facilitators, where we dived into activities, strategies that will help us improve teaching and learning. This session is a continuation of our quest to improve teaching and learning, hence monitoring and evaluation. Indeed, monitoring and evaluation forms the backbone of every well-functioning district. But before we go on, I want to ask this question. What's your view on the concept of monitoring and evaluation? And how does this apply in our teaching and learning process? Waiting to hear some responses from you, which will help us dive a bit deeper into the concept of monitoring and evaluation in education, in our case, teaching and learning. For some responses, the first thing was, in your view, what is monitoring and evaluation? And how does this apply in our quest to improve teaching and learning in our respective schools and district? We encourage you to help. Yeah, the first person, Sandra Ajimai. It gives the teacher feedback on the lesson taught. That's fine. We encourage you to be interactive for this session because that helps our discourse. It sharpens our perspective powers, in that it broadens our worldview, helps us to identify biases, and encourage us to share ideas in this area of teaching and learning. So we encourage you to be interactive. Yes. All right. As we wait for responses from you, we will go ahead to look at the concept of monitoring and evaluation. Generally speaking, yes, we have Alimatu who says it helps identify the strengths and weaknesses of pupils. That's fine. Now, monitoring and evaluation is a systematic and ongoing assessment of activities, plans, or programs that are implemented in education. Monitoring, simply put, is tracking progress. And evaluation, also simply put, means making value judgment. But how do these apply in our teaching and learning process? These learning outcomes will help us look at that. One, to engage ourselves in this discussion, we want these subsections to guide us. One, undertaking monitoring and evaluation in teaching and learning. Two, towards a successful monitoring and evaluation, i.e. data collection and progress tracking. The third area is feedback and reflection, while the last but not least, adjusting the support plan. Now, having looked at these areas, we will want to look at learning outcomes. At the end of the sections, what are we expected to take home? Now, these learning outcomes include one, develop an understanding of M&E principles, skills, and ability to improve teaching and learning through evidence-based decision making. Two, develop the ability to efficiently collect and analyze data, track progress, provide feedback, and adjust support plans in the M&E process. Three, outline ways of providing timely and constructive feedback to teachers. Fostering a collaborative environment that encourages reflection and growth. And lastly, effectively analyze E&E findings, customize support strategies, set clear improvement goals, monitor implementation, and adapt the support plan as necessary based on new data and assessment results. Now, these learning outcomes, if we pay attention and are interactive and downloads, we will be proud of participating in the session. Now looking at the first session, the learning outcomes again for emphasis is to develop an understanding of M&E principles, skills, and ability to improve teaching and learning through evidence-based decision making. What do we actually mean by that? Undertaking monitoring and evaluation, the teaching process, learning outcomes, developing an understanding of M&E principles, skills, and ability to improve teaching and learning through evidence-based decision making. Note, I'm stressing here evidence-based decision making. Now, the first area we want to look at or understand is that monitoring and evaluation, there are things that are crucial. Monitoring and evaluation is crucial for a well-functioning district teacher support team. Meaning, it helps to assess ongoing programs or ongoing activities. This include one, the teaching practice itself, learner outcomes, and again, looking at the person in the center of all this enterprise, that's the teachers. And in doing so, we hope this helps us to make the necessary adjustment. Now, before we go to the next, we have talked about the teaching process and learner outcomes as areas that M&E centers on. But what other areas can you relate to? We want you to type this in the comment column so we can keep the chat interactive. Apart from these three areas mentioned, the teacher process, and the learner outcomes, learning outcomes, what other areas are you ready? Can you really relate to? Now, in M&E, or monitoring and evaluation, there are key objectives that we can associate with. What are these key objectives? Which of these ones come to your mind readily? You can still remain interactive as you type the comment section. The key objectives of M&E include assessing teacher performance, tracking learner progress, optimizing resource allocation, ensuring quality assurance, and fostering accountability. What is teacher performance in your view? Teacher performance here, we referring to the entire process of teaching in the school. It includes preparation, as earlier presenters pointed out to you. Preparation before entering the class. It also includes the actual action that you take in the class. All the engagements between yourself as a facilitator and the learner constitutes teacher performance. What comes to mind? What comes to my mind ready is time on task. What of you? Can you mention other things that relate to teacher performance? And would you want to share that with us by typing on the comment section? Let me pause here for a minute while I hear from you from the comment section. Still waiting for your comment. Indeed, that drives the discussion and enriches our perceptive powers in conserving the concept of monitoring and evaluation. Remaining active is key, for it helps us to engage ourselves and to learn from one another. Waiting for the first two comments, then we can proceed on a concept. As we wait for comments, we continue with other aspects of the objectives. The next one is tracking learner progress. Learner progress comes in diverse ways. Now, we are quick to say a learner scored a high mark, and that is the only progress. But progress is an unminimum term that includes Yes, academic progress. It also includes socialization, discipline, and the whole development of the learner. Priscilla says it helps us to assess our learning outcomes. That is great. Who else has a view? The question was, what aspects of assessing teacher performance can you readily relate with? What aspects of teacher performance can you readily relate with? I mentioned time on task. What comes to mind readily on your part? Yeah, it helps us monitor the progress of teaching and learning and to also identify shortfalls and challenges. That's from Jacob. That's fine. What about tracking learner progress? We have mentioned that that enterprise consists of all development aspects of the child: cognitive, emotional, social, and other aspects of the child development. Again, optimizing resource allocation and ensuring quality. And now we know resources are scarce, and we distributing resources or allocating efficiently, it's a key factor in we achieving our continuous improvement in education delivery. Ensuring quality here includes we making sure that what's the curriculum that we are delivering is consistent with standards of the country and our district. Accountability here also. So we cannot engage in any activity and ignore the accountability process. We always need to know that we need to account for our stewardship. What are we doing? How are we doing it? And that helps us in a continuous improvement process. Having talked about the objectives of M&E, we want to look at how to establish an efficient and effective M&E plan. You have some key principles that come to mind readily. Some of these principles came in the earlier discussions we had on needs assessment and supporting learning-based facilities. And so we will just want to recap some of these principles that include setting a clear objective. How important is that to us? When you don't know where you're going, everywhere goes, they say. Where are you going? Where are you going with your M&E? What do you want to achieve? What aspect of learning, the teaching and learning process, are you interested in? A very clear, concise, and precise objective helps us to kickstart the process. Are we doing this alone? Are we a master of everything in M&E? No. We want to acknowledge that the involvement of stakeholders in this enterprise is key. Now, getting the input of all others who matter in the teaching and learning process is very important in the quest to continually champion education improvement. Who Who are these stakeholders that we need to involve? What comes to mind when we talk about stakeholders in education involvement? Let me give you a minute to join us with some comments. Mention some of the stakeholders you think are very key in establishing M&E process. Will somebody be the first? Who will be the first to give us a comment on that? Who will be the first to give us a comment on that? Right, while we wait for your input or your comments, we want to remind ourselves that parents, community, SMC, other players in our education district, NGOs, corporate organizations, there are several people who matter. Their involvement only helps us to establish a good M&E process and also encourages us to get involved. Another principle that matters is data collection. How is data important? Now we cannot engage ourselves in any scientific process, in any well thought out process without data. Therefore, data collection is key. The data we collect could be qualitative or quantitative. This data we collect might come by way of we observing, we doing a survey, using checklists, and several other means. It could even be audio visual. The important point is that data is key in this engagement. The other principle that we need to take note of is regular feedback. Why feedback? Is it necessary at all? Yes. Feedback is necessary because it helps the parties in engagement to know how well they are faring. It gives us a sense of what we are doing well and what is challenging. And it provides an opportunity for a learning process. And so that is important. The next principle that engages our thought in M&E is professional development. We have most of the time been talking about teachers who have to improve their skills, they have to improve their pedagogical skills, they have to improve their class management, what have you. How do you do these things without continuous professional development? And what forms of professional development are we looking at? Yes, there are various variants of this. Workshops. We even inviting our colleagues to class to monitor, to help, observe the way we teach is a form of professional development. Elsewhere, that is termed, comes under lesson study concept, where it's a peer review mechanism that helps us to grow in our act of teaching. We also have our learning communities, we have our PLCs. These are all avenues to professionally develop. We also have other service providers who come to our various districts to help in one concept or the other. Professional development also includes you as a teacher. You're very resolved to go online, get materials to study when you know that you have a challenge in one area of delivery or the other. your resolve to do that privately also forms part of professional development. And not only going to sit in a room where somebody talks to you. Another principle is data analysis. Now, having collected the data, we want data to be credible and analysis to be robust. Why is that needed? Granted that you see a child fall down, slam down in class as a teacher. You just say, I'm going to take the first aid box or any other anesthetic medication. You want to know more about the situation. Probably you may want to visit the hospital with your child for a proper assessment to be done. Now, with the information, then you can go and get some medication or solutions to this. So without proper assessment, we may jump to conclusions that may not be true. Granted that you in your district, your need assessment was one reflection that talked about high teacher iteration, turnover, you had low performance, dropout rates, and examination scores or BEC scores were down. Would you just conclude that this is as a result of the town the community not ready to support their children? Perhaps you say, and it's because they don't have textbooks. Or you are going to say they don't have computers to study. So that is it. You cannot just jump to such conclusions without the data. And after collecting the data will not sit on the table, but you need to analyze that. It should be a robust analysis in order to really come to finality as to what's the problem. And then after you have done a very good analysis, that's where you can come to conclusion, fair solutions for continuous improvement. What other principles, in your view, do you think are important in establishing an effective MNE system? You have a minute or two to give us any principle that readily comes to mind on how to establish an effective MNE system. Still waiting for your comments on that. We're still waiting for your comments, please. Looking at after considering this principle, we want to look at what constitutes a MNE cycle. What constitutes an MNE cycle? Yes, Richard says that the municipal director, CISOs, teachers, SMC, PTA are the main people to make educational policies. I believe you are referring to stakeholders who have educational improvement at the district level. They may contribute to making policies with their input, but these people don't make policies for the country. They are contributors. So every policy has a lot of people to engage. So yes, they are stakeholders who contribute to educational progress. The next area we want to look at whilst waiting for your comment is the M&E cycle. What constitutes the M&E cycle? The M&E cycle is a never-ending process. It's a cycle suggesting that it starts at a point, goes round, and comes back. So continually, the cycle goes on because, as we indicated earlier, improvement has no end. And improvement, you get to one stage of improvement, and there is always the quest to perfect the art or continually go up. M&E cycle consists of planning as a first point, data collection, analysis, feedback, action, and adjustment. Then we have the monitoring progress. This cycle ensures that there is continuous improvement in teaching and learning. Now, in your view, why do you think that this cycle is a continual progress and never ends? And what are the merits of such? We are still waiting for your comments in order to feed into what you think about the process. The M&E cycle consists of planning, data collection, analysis, feedback, action, adjustment, monitoring progress. This cycle, we are saying that it shows continuous improvement in teaching and learning. As earlier on said, this cycle guarantees a well thought out plan and good decision making. Until we have your in this area, we want to look at the key ideas that relate to this section that we have looked at so far. What are the key ideas? The key ideas for this section, this session include one. M&E helps assess teacher performance, tracks learner progress, optimize resource allocation, and ensure quality assurance. It also fosters accountability. These are very important objectives that readily come to mind and should always be at our fingertips when we want to pursue the agenda of continuous improvement in education. In doing so, we want to keep these principles in mind. These principles include clear objective setting, and we said that when you don't know where you are going, everywhere goes. And we don't want to fall into that category of thinkers. We want to set out with clear objectives. The next is stakeholder involvement, and we have indicated that there are key players in the school community that matter. And we want to engage all. We want to be inclusive, all-inclusive, and welcome of all relevant key stakeholders in a community or in a school community. Again, we are saying that apart from the stakeholders, we will also want to pay attention to what data we collect and how we collect them. We want to engage our teachers and all other people who matter with regular feedbacks. Indeed, if you are working and nobody can see, pat you on the shoulder and say you are doing well, or tells you that you can improve in this aspect, you might not know what exactly you are doing. And as members of the district teacher support team, we want to have one that feedback as one of our cardinal principles. And that helps to build bonds and helps us to be more receptive. Professional development is another area that we have to look at. In looking at that, we had emphasized that professional development comes in several ways. But indeed, it starts with you. As learning facilitator, we want to appreciate the importance of our own resolve to pursue professional development. See that professional development is not only when you go and pay money to be taught, but you could also use facilities that are available to you. You could use the internet. You could use the internet, use other resources that will help you to be able to relate to the concepts in teaching in your practice. We also looked at data analysis. We said cross data analysis is key if we want to get the right information in making very good decisions. Continuous improvement are key principles of the effective M&E process. We cannot improve when we do not pay attention to this. Now, in the M&E cycle, we have also identified areas that are necessary. We reiterated that it is a cycle and a continuous process that never ends, but only promotes our quest to continually improve our teaching and learning in other areas of our practice as teachers. Yes. We also identified feedback as a necessary action that should be one of our key principles. Adjustments are needed. Why? Because as we move along the chain in improving performance, we want to recognize that there can be errors, there can be shortfalls, there can be. Initially, we may set out to do one thing, but in reality, there can be other elements or variables that affect it. So as we pursue the implementation, we shouldn't shy away from making adjustments if they are necessary. And monitoring progress to track what is good and what our weaknesses are, and share some of these strong points and others also help. In all, we are saying that these elements in the cycle can only improve teaching and learning outcomes. There's no other way. Evidence-based decision making, we have also looked at that. And we have said that in the enterprise of continuous improvement, there shouldn't be any room for guesswork. Guesswork, knee-jerk reactions, speculative claims that this is what is wrong, that is what is wrong, is not what we need in our education improvement process. But anything we do should be evidence-based and should be grounded in data, should be grounded in robust analysis, and should be grounded in well thought out plans. On this note, we want to remind ourselves reflectively, look at what we have looked at so far. With this reflection, Adjushiaye Basic School, a public school in Ghana, has been struggling with low student achievement for several years. The district teacher support team decides to implement a monitoring and evaluation system to track teachers' performance and student learning outcomes. You are part of the Dtst in the district. And having gone through this monitoring evaluation session that reminds and reinforces concepts that we already know, what comes to mind in relation to these questions? One, what are the key objectives of M&E for Adjushiaye Basic School? Two, what are some specific examples of how M&E can be used to improve teaching and learning in the school? What are some of the challenges that the Dtst may face in implementing an effective M&E system? How can the Dtst ensure that M&E is used in a collaborative and constructive way? At this moment, I'll pause here and invite your comments on this subject. You are supposed to type, or you are encouraged, to type in the comment section. Bring your views on board for us to share. Yeah, we are still waiting for your comments and the comment to be shared with the whole group. Afari says that in collaboration with constructive manner, the DTST has involved other stakeholders in MLE implementation. That's fantastic. Yes, Monica says that objectives to identify causes of low achievement, to identify the level of professional development of teachers. That's fine. Isaac yes, Perpetual says the economic status of the people in the village and their attitude towards education may be a challenge. Okay. Right. In all this, the essence is that there shouldn't be a knee-jerk reaction. We should not speculate the causes of the problems, but the sense of this reflective practice is that we should go through a systematic procedure to help us identify problems, map up solutions that are workable, monitor the progress of the implementation in order to make adjustments when they need be, and then also to evaluate at the end to see the required impact or the desired impact that we're hoping for is achieved. We also want to note that there's a need to celebrate success, to share good practices. M&E is not a fault-finding mechanism. It is not there to only scrutinize people and to bring their failings or errors. But M&E process is a learning process. It's a learning process that improves everybody who is engaged in. The monitor who comes and the one who is monitored both benefit from the M&E process. And ultimately, it's the child who becomes the champion of a good M&E system, because the improvement comes in leaps and bounds, and we are happy that we are making progress. On this note, we want to draw a curtain down on this session of M&E, and we want to move to the next session that looks at towards a successful M&E process. Now, these are only recaps of earlier things that we have looked at. One, we want to develop the ability to effectively collect and analyze data, track progress, provide feedback and adjustment, provide some adjustment if there need be in the process. Now, key things we need to note in this session is that effective data collection is vital in any M&E process, involving clearly defined metrics, reliable sources, appropriate data collection methods, and qualities of assurance measures are critical if we want to have a successful M&E process. 2, progress tracking analyzes data collected to identify trends, benchmark progress, and highlight successful teaching practice and learner achievement. These don't happen by accident. They are well-thought processes that helps implementing efficient or effective M&E process. Feedback and reflection activities are important because they actively contribute towards the M&E process by providing constructive feedback, reflecting on data insights, and driving continuous improvement. These are elements that we have earlier related with.
adjusting the process, adjusting the support plan based on M&E results allows for targeted intervention, informed decision making, and ongoing evaluation of effectiveness. We keep emphasizing this because of its very importance to our quest to improve learning outcomes. So our take home on this area include one: effective data collection is essential for the process. 2, identify key metrics and establishing reliable data sources are crucial steps in our quest to improve teaching and learning. Utilizing appropriate collection instrument like rubrics and standardized assessment ensures more reliable insight into teaching practice and learner outcomes. Progress tracking is very vital. As we said earlier, it helps us to be able to know how well we are doing or not. So, what is your take on what we have talked about in improving, in achieving successful M&E process? What's your view on the various concepts and elements that we have looked at? Now, the next session looks at feedback and reflection. The elements are interrelated, and the reason why there is a lot of emphasis on this and how well they are connected is to just help us to appreciate these concepts better. And so feedback and reflection is critical, and you are supposed to demonstrate these attributes by outlining ways of providing timely and constructive feedback to teachers and foster a collaborative environment that encourages reflection and growth. And a key point we want to note in this section is that feedback is crucial for learning. It allows for constructive dialogue and growth. Timely feedback provides teachers with timely information as to how well they are doing. And this should be done using rigorous data and analyzing the data appropriately. Constructive feedback means that we need to be specific. It needs to be specific, actionable, and non-judgmental, and emphasizes improvement and not criticism. It is very important for us to note that, because there is always the tendency to find fault. But immediately you do that as a member of this team, immediately you shut the door from engaging others to learn from your expertise. And ultimately, we will be putting obstacles in the way of development. So we want to be mindful of that. It's a non-judgmental approach, and it's supposed to emphasize improvement, not criticism. Collaborative reflection is important as teachers to reflect on our practices and invite and share views from others. Now, this reflectiveness text, we want you to take away and actually digest it and see how they apply to you and apply to your teaching. In a district in Ghana, a teacher support team is conducting a workshop on effective feedback as a vital component in the monitoring and evaluation process. The team discusses the importance of providing timely, constructive feedback to teachers. We emphasize celebrating and acknowledging dedication. During the workshop, they presented a case study involving a primary school teacher, Amma, who has shown improvement in her students' performance. The team discusses how to improve specific, actionable, and non-judgmental feedback to Amma, focusing on strengths and areas for growth. They then facilitate a collaborative reflection session, encouraging participants to share their perspectives on how Ama's experience can inform their own teaching practice. Now, these questions are to help us to reflect on this scenario and see how it relates to us, relate to our colleagues, relate to our schools, and relate to our very practice as teachers. How can we ensure timely feedback is integrated into our M&E process? In what ways can we celebrate and acknowledge teachers' dedication effectively? How might we provide specific, actionable, and non-judgmental feedback to support teacher growth? How can collaborative reflection be fostered among teachers in our context? You are invited to give your comment, but effectively consider these points very well and see how you can relate to them and how they relate to your very practice. It is important that as individuals or individually and collectively, we look at these very critical elements very well, especially where we don't want to be judgmental, where we want to be collaborative, where we want to be specific in what we give to our colleagues. And by doing so, we hope that we improve the process. Now, the last session that brings the curtain down on M&E monitoring and evaluation is adjusting the support plan. Now, after our need assessment and implementation, we know as we implement, like we earlier related to, at times when the plan may not go as planned on the ground. Are we honest enough to tweak our plans in order to achieve what we set out to achieve? Or we want to say that this is what we have planned and we are following that through? Will we be honest enough to even accept our failings in some parts of our plan? Can we also engage other people who may be knowledgeable in the areas to help us honestly going about adjusting our plans in a bid to improve learning is what is key. And in doing so, we want to remind ourselves of these 5 points. 1, review and discuss findings. Meet with teachers to discuss M&E findings, identify areas of improvement. Customize support. Tailor strategies. It should be targeted. Support should be targeted. Support is not given in a vacuum. And we need to appreciate that these teachers and facilitators are looking up to us, want to share, want to benefit from what we give them. And so if it's targeted, it's well appreciated. But it's just given without targeting. There's a tendency for teachers over time to see that these supports are irrelevant. We set clear goals. That is critical. Because, like we keep saying, if you don't set out where you are going, anywhere goes. And we don't want to behave that way. We want to continually monitor the implementation. And that helps us to make needed adjustments. We also want to concede that this process continually requires us to do a lot of adaptation and repetitions, iterated. And it's a dynamic process. And so training our perceptive powers for us to expand our worldview, recognize biases, be critical thinking, and problem solving is very key if you want to be successful in this. And the key point we want to take away here that we should always bear in mind that reviewing and discussion of findings is important. Customizing support is critical. Clear goals or objectives are very important. Monitoring implementation is key. And then we having the ability to adapt and iterate is important. In having this at the back of our minds, we want to look at this reflection as our last piece to fit the puzzle on this session. To support teachers in a rural district in Ghana, a teacher support team uses an MME process. They discover that teachers need assistance with integrating technology into their lessons. The team consisting of education officers, teachers, and community representatives collectively recognizes this area for improvement. They organize workshops on digital literacy and provide online teaching resources as customized support. They establish clear goals to track progress over 3 months. During the implementation phase, the team identified some teachers who face challenges with the new technology. In response, they modify plans and offer individualized coaching sessions. Through this reflection, the team analyzes the value of adaptability in addressing the evolving needs of both teachers and learners in this context. The import of this reflection is that in our various engagements in our district, have we had the opportunity, have you been faced with such a situation where we are trying to help teachers in training or something, that something went wrong? And were we ready to adjust? Were we ready to respond to the needs of the situation? Or we said to ourselves that this is what we want to do and we are doing it. If we have that attitude of this is what we have set out to do and we are doing it, that will not inure to the benefit of continuous improvement. So we must always be ready to adjust. And having that in mind, these following questions may engage our thoughts as we close the session. Did the collaborative discussion contribute to identify the specific need in the reflection? What challenges did the team face in customizing the support for the technology integration? How did the team ensure clear and achievable goals were set for improvement? And in what ways did continuous monitoring help in gauging the impact of the support? I hope our discussion here has reinforced the concepts and ideas and knowledge we already have in monitoring and evaluation. And we are resolving to apply ourselves to what we have looked at and move forward with the knowledge you have acquired in improving learning outcomes through monitoring and evaluation in our respective schools and districts. On this note, the curtains are drawn down on this section, and the next section is troubleshooting and problem solving. This ties in monitoring evaluation, and I urge you to pay critical note of the fine points that will be elaborated. Take notes, be active participants, and apply yourselves well. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome back to this virtual training. And all too soon, we are on the 7th section. And as earlier mentioned, in this section, we would be discussing troubleshooting and problem solving. Now, these two terms may appear similar, but they are two distinct concepts. So whilst troubleshooting refers to a reactive process of resolving issues after they have occurred, problem solving, on the other hand, is a proactive, systematic process of identifying, evaluating, and resolving problems or issues. So in general, we can say that problem solving is used to prevent problems or issues from occurring, whilst troubleshooting, on the other hand, is used to resolve or address issues after they have occurred. Though distinct, it is important to know that in that both troubleshooting and problem solving can be combined in solving problems. You can use either of them depending on whatever challenge you encounter or the specific goals of the organization. For instance, if you can anticipate that a problem might arise in the course of executing your trainings, for example, you can anticipate that there might be a blackout during a training. So you can decide to provide hard copy of instead of relying only on soft copies through projection. In that, you are solving a problem because you are anticipating that it might occur. Troubleshooting, on the other hand, is when you did not anticipate that a problem might occur, that it happens and you resolve it. So in this particular section, we are seeking to provide you as trainers with the skills and ability to be able to identify problems, analyze them, and provide the needed solutions. So for this section, we will discuss the following sessions. 1, we will suggest strategies to identifying challenges. 2, we would also propose some solutions to addressing these challenges. Then in 3, we would want to look at some collaborative problem solving strategies. Then in the 4th section, we would look at seeking additional support. So for this section, we are hopeful that we would achieve the following learning outcomes, having fully participated in the section. So you'll be able to identify challenges that DTSTs encounter in the discharge of their duties, having gone through this section, as well as outline strategies to address these challenges. We are also hoping that going forward, we would be able to mention ways to build a collaborative team in order to address these challenges. And then finally, you would be stating sources to seek additional support in addressing complex challenges. So let's take these sessions one after the other. Identifying challenges. In our previous sections, You were taken through how to conduct needs assessment. That notwithstanding, before conducting needs assessment, there might be situations where you can anticipate some possible challenges in the course of discharging your duties. Hence, the essence of this session. So we are hoping that you'll be able to identify challenges as members of DTSTs that you are likely to encounter in the course of discharging your duties. So we are suggesting or preempting that these are the challenges you are likely to encounter even before conducting a needs assessment. All right, I want to believe you are already reading through these preempted challenges as displayed on your screen. This does not go to say that these are the only challenges you are likely to encounter, but this is just a projection or a suggestion as to what you are likely to encounter. As DTST, you should anticipate that you are going to encounter some level of resistance from the teachers in your district as you try to introduce new policies or interventions. You are also going to be faced with the challenge of insufficient resources. There's also the likelihood of inadequate clarity and shared vision because you are going to be working with people, and individuality might have an impact on your vision as a team. It's also likely that communication and collaboration is going to be one of the challenges you would encounter. The limited resources has always been a challenge in any human endeavor. Why are we drawing your attentions to these? We are believing that to this extent, you have come to an appreciation of what your roles are and are ready to execute them. So we are drawing your attention to these ones so that it doesn't serve as a setback going forward. Hence, we suggest some solutions to these challenges we are preempting so that you are able to apply problem-solving strategies or troubleshooting strategies even before you start implementation. So in this session, we are hoping that you'll be able to outline strategies to address the challenges for effective insert implementation. All right, so let's go through some suggestions we're able to put together. Then again, we would emphasize that this does not go to say that these are the only solutions to addressing the challenges you are likely to encounter. But we are believing that if you as team members should share and provide clear communication and expectations amongst yourselves, then that problem of ineffective communication can be addressed. You should also foster a culture of trust amongst yourselves. No one person is an expert or jack of all trades. But if you trust that your team member is as effective as you, then in synergy of trust, you would be able to accomplish whatever task is put before you. Listening and respect for one another is very key in teamwork. So you need to listen as much as you want to be listened to. Do not let age or position barriers hinder the level of respect you share amongst yourselves. So to ensure that you can all feel belonged and feel free to give out your best in executing your duties as members of the DTST. Avoid secrecy as much as possible. Be open to one another and be honest. Offer support when needed. One's strength could be another's weakness, and vice versa. Hence, it is important to identify when you can come in to support someone with a weakness you have as a strength. And you should also welcome whatever support that is being offered you when you are inefficient in a particular aspect. You should also allot time for collaborations. It shouldn't be a one-man venture, but as a team, it will be difficult for your teachers to disagree with you on an intervention or policy. Now the third session. And in this, we want to discuss collaborative problem solving. Collaborative in the sense that no one person can solve all the problems you are likely to encounter. Hence, you need to team up, identify collaborative problem-solving strategies which you can use in addressing the challenges you anticipate or are likely to encounter in discharge of your duties. We have suggested the following, but permit me to reiterate that you are allowed to come up with more strategies that suits the needs of your district. Now let's consider the following scenario. You are a curriculum lead of your school, and you are having issues with organizing insert programs because of inadequate cooperation from your colleagues. Your head teacher has tasked you to institute measures that would help you solicit the cooperation of your colleagues to collaboratively address these issues for a smooth implementation of insert activities. Now, this is the time I want you to engage with us. You have been listening for some time, so kindly write down things you think you will do to this regard in an attempt to reflect on this scenario. Can I have an early bird? For those of us that are probably just joining us, we have a scenario to respond to. All right, so we have an early bird. And this is coming from Fafa. And she says, as curriculum lead, you can delegate your duties to other colleagues to engage them to participate. Very important. Thank you for your input, Fafa. It is very much appreciated. Elizabeth also says, if she is the curriculum lead, then she will need to communicate clearly with her colleagues on the need to develop themselves professionally. Hence, professional development. Thank you so much for your input, Abigail. Yes, Abigail thinks that if she will be able to engage her colleagues, then she would need to introduce interesting, and if I'm permitted to add, engaging topics in their discussions. Abigail, your inputs are appreciated. All right. We would continue to read your amazing comments as we proceed. So we are suggesting the various ways, in addition to what you have just shared with us, as ways to build a collaborative team in solving challenges. We are suggesting that you establish regular meetings. Your decision-making process should not be hijacked by individuals, but you should always endeavor to agree to disagree agreeably. Create open communication channels. You shouldn't look unapproachable to the other. And it is also important that you create cross-functional teams. Some roles shouldn't be relegated to some individuals, but you can vary these roles and, if possible, rotate them. Then, of course, it is important to provide regular feedbacks, because this would inform improvement of subsequent problem-solving skills you need to employ. And like we said, this does not go to suggest that these are the only ways. There are a lot more ways you can employ to build a collaborative team in solving the challenges you are likely to encounter. So we'll move on to the fourth session. And in here, the learning outcome is for you to be able to state some sources you can use in seeking additional support in complex challenges in insect implementations. What this goes to imply is, we are not expecting that you limit yourself to just your district or your team and the resources available to you. As a team, you should also be able to seek support elsewhere where possible. And we want to suggest to you some of these sources, even though not exhaustive, on this training session. Kindly reflect on this scenario. The insect program at Alligator Town Basics School encounters frequent disruptions, leading to delayed starts, ineffective engagements, and late closing. As a result of sudden development of technical fault with the school's projector. This situation has made the teacher's interest in the program deteriorate The school's insert team suggests seeking assistance from an external source. So in the chat box, suggest to us some external sources of support that this school can employ so that the program would be sustained. I take that task again. We are asking that you suggest to us some external sources of support that this school can employ so that the program would be sustained. Okay, so Perpetua is recommending that we involve the teachers in the planning and give them reminders, as well as let them know the importance of self-development. We appreciate your input. And Rebecca also encourages teamwork among colleagues to develop themselves professionally for the progress of the school and the learners, as well as assigning duties to colleagues. Really do appreciate your inputs this far. So I take this one from Noah. Okay, so I'm sure Noah is still typing. He wants to recommend to us some external sources. Okay, Abigail recommends ICT experts in addressing this particular problem in this scenario. Thank you very much, Abigail. Okay. Ajay Mensah is suggesting that there is a need to be clear about the benefits of organizing insert. Patiently listen to your colleagues and show interest in what they bring out. Involve them in what they think should be discussed, etc. Thank you very much, Ajay Mensah. So we'll take a last one, then we proceed. Okay. Rose is recommending that we provide incentives for early arrivals. That's true. And then secondly, she's suggesting that we encourage teamwork and collaboration. Thank you very much for all your insightful comments and thoughts. We do appreciate them all. And we are believing that going forward, you are going to work as a team. And since you are versed with solving such challenges, we are looking forward to having a strong team at your various districts, all geared towards the goal to improving our learners' learning outcomes. So these are some external sources of support we would want to recommend to you. You can fall on educational organizations, be it governmental or non-governmental. There are some organizations that provide professional development as well. So when there is the need to receive development in a particular area that your team is probably inadequate, you can fall on such organizations to be of help. Then, of course, we have educational associations. especially with our various subject areas. They have associations that provide assistance and support to teachers who would need help where necessary. You can also seek for technical support from technology providers. We are moving, or we have already moved, into an era of technology, and the world is now a global village. Some of these sources can be online, and some of them can be near you. So you can seek support from such providers. And it is important to also collaborate with other districts in having your programs. As team members, you can decide to collaborate with a district around you so that you can have more like an exchange program amongst districts. In all of this, remember that parents and the community are an essential part of our education system, and their support is key or relevant if you would want to improve learning outcomes. So you need to partner with the communities where we found our schools so that they can also perform their roles effectively, geared towards improving the learning outcomes of our learners. On this note, I would want to thank you for your cooperation thus far, your proactiveness, and most especially your patience with us. And we are moving or zooming straight into the 8th section, where we would be looking at strategies to building a collaborative team. Thank you for having me. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time and the patience, and welcome to the last session of the day. My name is Charlotte Asarinyako, presenting the section 8, captioned Building a Collaborative Team. A lot has been said by the second presenter on how to build a collaborative team. And so for this session, we are building on what has already been discussed. When we talk about building a collaborative team, then we are looking at a situation or a process where a group of people come together, or individuals coming together for the purpose of a common goal or a shared vision. In institutions such as education, and so, as we said earlier, it involves the process of creating a group of individuals who work together effectively, share common goals, and come together to achieve those goals in various contexts, such as in education. And so for this section, we have effective communication, team meetings, conflict resolution, and celebrating success enshrined as the section sessions. Now, we want to take the time to delve into each of these sessions. For our learning outcomes, we are saying that by the end of this section, we as participants will be able to state and explain why effective communication is crucial in building a collaborative team. Then again, discuss the types and the purpose of team meetings. We will also look at ways by which conflicts are resolved among team members. At the end of it all, for this section, we are looking at discussing ways of celebrating achievements and successes of team members. Now, let's move on, and I hope you are ready to hear more. Just as we said that as team members, you cannot work in isolation. It calls for the need to work in collaboration. And so, if you are to work in a collaboration, then it also counts on effective communication. And so for our learning outcomes for session 1, we are saying that at the end of this session, we'll be able to state and explain why effective communication is crucial in building collaborative team.
then also explain how effective communication helps in building a collaborative team. And that is just to say that collaborating in working as a team is very, very important when it comes to communication. And so, before we move on, I want you to bring out responses. Once we are dealing with communication, it means we need to do a lot of interaction. So, in the chat box, explain how effective communication helps in building a collaborative team. Just some few minutes, type your responses in the comment section or the chat box. I am waiting for your responses. All right. Whilst waiting for your responses, let's go on. Yes, we have Johnson Kofi Guama. He says effective communication enhances progress of work. That is very good. Johnson, thank you for your contribution. Still waiting for other responses. Why do you think to have a collaborative team, there's the need to have effective communication? Jacob Amano also says it helps others to come on board. Jacob, thank you for your contribution. We want to take it from the last person, Bernice. In as much as we are looking at Jesse. So Bernice says members participate fully when they are involved in decision making. Thank you all for your responses given. Oh, Sandra. She states, effective communication strengthens bonds between comrades who are working together. Sandra, thank you. I agree with you. And so let's continue. For us to give reasons why effective communication is important, the reasons are put into two. And so we have titled one as within DTSTs, the importance of effective communication. Then the next one will be how effective communication from the DTSTs to the teachers. So let's move on. Within the DTSTs, we are saying that effective communication helps members to share their visions or their goals together. Wisdom cannot be found in one person's mind. And so there's the need. They bring out their individual goals or visions to help build the district or the directorate in which they find themselves. Then again, team members may have diverse skills and perspective. And so as they come together, there's the need for them to share their skills. And so this can be done effectively and efficiently when there is effective communication. It also helps members of DTST to have coordination and also exhibit leadership skills. They are able to come out with clear responsibilities of every member of the team. And this is done through effective communication. Due to communication which is effective, members are also able to be flexible and adapt to situations. That is adjusting to situations and to people or among themselves. Now we move on to how effective communication helps from the DTSTs collaborating with teachers. We say that effective communication helps teachers to develop themselves professionally, where there is clarity of expectation. And we know when it comes to professional development, then we are talking about the various trainings, inserts, and other programs. If there's clear expectation, then definitely teachers are able to understand concepts, policies, and programs to help them develop themselves professionally. It also helps to bring about timely updates. As teachers, it is not only about developing themselves professionally, but also with communication, they are able to give updates of what goes on, the progress in their development. And also, it helps provide a two-way feedback where DTSTs communicate with the other teachers, and the teachers also provide feedback to the DTSTs. Effective communication also helps where we have regular meetings and the use of multiple communication channels. And once we are talking about communication, then we are also going to look at the types of communications that we have. Generally, when we talk about communication, we are looking at the verbal communication, the nonverbal communication, as well as the written communication. And so for written communication, we can have the letters, the circulars going round from the DTSTs to the other teachers. Or we can have the videos, the phone calls as verbal communication. Then we may also have non-verbal communications such as the facial expressions, the gestures, the postures, and even paralinguistic expressions like the tone, intonation, and the pitches in the voices. The last point we want to look at has to do with, through effective communication, DTSTs are able to provide supportive resources to teachers to enhance teaching and learning to help our learners. We are moving on to section 2 of section 8. And for our learning outcomes, we are saying that we want to discuss the types of team meetings as well as the purpose of team meetings. You agree with me, if you want to have a collaborative team, it is not only about effective communication, but sometimes it calls for meetings. And there should be a reason why those team meetings are necessary. And so, let me ask you this question. In our various schools and communities, tell me some types of team meetings that we know or we have been engaging in. For types of meetings, we have the regular weekly meetings where members of as DTSTs come together every week to discuss issues and deliberate on matters. If it cannot be done weekly, then they can meet bi-weekly. That is, every 2 weeks, they can come together and then discuss matters. We also talk about monthly and quarterly planning. So these are also meetings where they come every month or in a quarter basis, meeting to discuss issues. There may be a case where there is an emergency, and so it calls for a meeting, and that is what we term it as ad hoc. It doesn't fall within the bi-weekly or the weekly, neither the monthly or quarterly, but as a result of emergency, it calls for members to come together and then discuss matters. Now, what will be the reason for team meetings? We will say that team meetings are very necessary for planning and coordination. Planning such as curriculum planning, discussing resource allocation, sharing of updates and progress reporting, data review, as well as best practices that will help improve teaching and learning. I know the seventh presenter touched on problem solving, so it becomes necessary that team meetings are held for problem solving and decision making. And so as members meet, they are able to identify challenges and obstacles hindering curriculum implementation, provide solutions to development, and also inform them the best decisions to take. to curb challenges. Team meetings are important for professional development, such as the training on needs assessment as discussed earlier in section 6. Planning and organizing professional development programs and sections, establishing feedback mechanisms, reflecting on practices and experiences, as well as setting goals. Now we move on to the section 3, which has to do with conflict resolution. In every human institution, there is bound to be conflicts. And so we are saying that among the DTSTs, in our directorate, definitely there will be hitches here and there will be conflicts. And so we need to know best ways by which we can curtail or solve such conflicts among members. And so for our learning outcomes, we are saying that we'll be able to equip ourselves with skills that will help us resolve conflicts, as well as address issues constructively and provide solutions. Now, my question, and I need you to provide the answer or your response in the chat box or the comment section. Is there a need for conflict to be resolved? And what is your perspective on conflict resolution? Giving you the thinking time, you can provide your response in the chat box or the comment section. Conflict resolution is a critical skill within a district support team for curriculum implementation. When conflicts arise, addressing them promptly and effectively is essential to maintain a positive team dynamic and also ensure that the team can continue working towards its goals. Now, I want you to suggest 3 ways of resolving conflicts in your various communities. It can be in the school, at home, at church, and other contexts. I'm waiting. I repeat, suggest 3 ways of resolving conflict in your various communities. All right. Let's hear from Margaret Ohimi. Oh, Margaret. correct. You are responding to the previous question. Effective communication brings transparency and better understanding of ideas. Thank you for this input. Yes. Talking about a collaborative team, collaboration brings about transparency. All right. I've seen Anna. All right. Sandra says, yes. This is because a house divided among itself cannot stand. Yes, I agree with you. If we are divided, then there is nothing we can do. Alice is talking about ways by which conflicts can be resolved. And she says it is about negotiations and mediation. Alice, thank you for your contribution. Let me take this last response and then we move on. Alima too, you are saying conflict needs resolution. Conflict resolution helps individuals to work out their differences, improves interpersonal relationship, which leads to optimum achievement of set goals. Alimatu, thank you for your contribution. Now we move on. I know you have indicated so many ways, and so I'm adding on to your strategies indicated. Some strategies that will help solve conflicts. We are saying that So, like I said, in addition to the suggestions, strategies to resolve conflicts, we are saying that when you are in your quest to resolve conflicts among members, you center or dwell on the issue and you don't become biased or affiliate yourself to one party. Then again, it also calls for you providing a constructive feedback. When you listen to the various parties, there is the need to also come out with solutions as to how best to help them come together, because we are moving on as a team. We also have what we call conflict journaling or documentation. Just as we said, in every region, there is bound to be conflict and hitches. So if you are able to solve one conflict, then it calls for documenting it, so that should there be a similar conflict in the future, you'll be able to base it as a reference to solve that conflict. Then again, in resolving conflicts, there should be a consensus building. We should all come to an agreement and also make sure that the protocols, the procedures and systems are set right for every member or all parties to follow. It doesn't end there. There should be a follow-up and continuous improvement. And so, if you are able to come together and do a follow-up on issues or matters, we are moving on or building a collaborative team, all for the sake of helping that Ghanaian child in teaching and learning. Now, as a team, at times it calls for achievement and success. And so when we are making progress, when we are chopping successes, when there is achievement, we should all come together as a team. We are saying that we should be in the position to appreciate the need to celebrate success as a collaborative working team. We'll also be explaining ways to celebrate achievement and success. Why do we celebrate success or achievement in our institutions and organizations? Why do we have to celebrate success, achievements in our various institutions and organizations? Kindly provide your response in the chat box. Whilst you are still providing the response, we want to look at some benefits, because I know you'll be topping up with your input. So we say that it is necessary as a way of motivating members and boosting their morals. when a team member does something, or as team members, you embark on an activity and there is success or there is victory, then there's no need to say it out or let it be open to all members, and by so doing, either by intrinsic or extrinsic, they are motivated, and that also boosts their morale to do more. Then we are also saying that if we are able to celebrate members in their achievements and success, then it reinforces commitment among members. Whatever they are doing, they are ever ready to commit to make sure that the work is done and done well. And so it is very important that when members embark on activities, we help them by praising or celebrating the achievements and successes. Like I said, I know you have more, and so I'll be expecting you to add in the chat box or the comment section. Now we move on. We are looking at ways by which we can celebrate achievements of members as DTST. One way we can do it is by public and acknowledgement. And this can be done during meetings or in newsletters. We can write in our reports, and we also have what we call bulletin board, where the achievements or the success done is noted. We can also announce it during meetings for members to be motivated, as indicated earlier. Another way we can do so is by giving awards and then also giving them certificates. We can also organize social events for such individuals or for the team. We can give them cards, thank you notes. We can also provide verbal praises and acknowledgements. Another way we can do so is by assigning them special projects. When team members have been able to achieve an activity to its fruition, then we can assign them other tasks in the form of projects to do more. Remember, we said one of the benefits is to commit them. And so when they are assigned other special projects, they are committed to do more. Then, last but not the least, we can talk about professional growth development opportunities, where members are asked to go for studies or other programs to help them develop themselves professionally. We want to say thank you very much for staying put up to this time. And on behalf of management, and all presenters and all other persons involved making this day a successful one, we want to say thank you for your time, for your patience, your contributions, and your questions. We know it doesn't end here. You will continue to do research to add more knowledge to what we've provided. Thank you, and God richly bless you. On this note, we want to say bye-bye. See you another time.